Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Your Honor.
Okay. In case there's any doubt who I'm rooting for.
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask that.
All right. First up is Mr. Nelson.
Okay.
Who are you here for, Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Drain has a case we're going to dismiss today. It's up next week for exam.
What's the defendant's name?
Eric Dunigan.
And that is up on Monday morning. I'm sorry, I think it's Wednesday.
It's in a PM.
Yes, Wednesday at 1:30.
Dunigan. First name? Say Eric.
Correct.
Eric Dunigan. You have a case number?
I do. It is 23059-29301 FY.
Okay. Calling case 23059-29301, people of the state of Michigan versus Eric Dunigan. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, thus to murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, you and your staff, everybody else. Rick Nelson, P 39317, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eric Dunigan. And for purposes of today's hearing, I will waive his presence.
For the waive the defendant's presence, Ms. Drain.
Thank you. Your Honor, the complainant in this case is a Ms. Shay Taylor. She has called our office and indicated that she did not want to go forward with this case anymore. I specifically spoke with her yesterday. She indicated to me that Mr. Dunigan is a great help with her children. They have a child in common and she wants him home as soon as possible. She indicated she has not been forced, threatened, or pressured in any way. Mr. Nelson, I let Mr. Nelson know, and because Mr. Dunigan is in custody, I wouldn't be going forward with this case next Wednesday. So I think Mr. Nelson would have a motion to dismiss, and I would not object to it.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you so much, Judge. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. James.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. James. Were you supposed to be here yesterday?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Not that I'm aware of. On who?
They got you mixed up with someone else. Anyway, you're here on Hilton, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Judge, I have the co-defendant on that.
Who's the codefendant?
If she's referring to Alanta Helton, I have a Yusuf, Y-U-S-U-F.
That up today?
Mr.
Your Honor, I think that Mr. Schulman's case, I just saw this. I think he was set for October 25th, which is
Right.
next Wednesday.
That's right.
If it's possible to handle them both today, that might be best because I was going to ask to have just one exam for both co-defendants.
All right, Mr. Schulman, you prepared to do the probable cause comments on that today?
Yes and no. I say yes because I can do it right now, which is fine. I just got the discovery. I just want to make sure there was no conflict, but let's go ahead and do the PCC. And if there is an issue, I will raise it immediately, like, by Monday.
All right. What's your client's name?
His name is Ahmed Kaldon Yosef. I think how they pronounce the last name, Y-U-S-U-F, and I'll waive his appearance.
I can give the case number if Your Honor needs that.
Yes, I do.
230-5921-602 FY.
You're moving to consolidate, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. James, are you the lawyer for the co-defendant?
I am for Mr. Hilton.
I thought so. Yep.
And I thought I charged on the same complaint.
You did. How did it get settled?
Yes, you did.
Okay, let's call it. Yes.
Okay. Calling case number 230-5921601. The people of the state of Michigan versus Alanta Eric Helton. Ahmad Khaled Yusuf, just Alanta Eric Helton. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder. Count 2, robbery, armed. Count 3, larceny from the person. Count 4, 5, and 6, weapons, felony, firearm. Raising probable cause today. Defendant 2 with the same case number 230-592-1602. The people of the state of Michigan versus Ahmad Yusuf. The defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder. Count 2, robbery, armed. Count 3, larceny from the person. Set for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people, P76177.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of Alanta Helton. Judge, I would ask to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing. He is in the Wayne County Jail. I don't see him on here as of yet.
For the waive the defendant's presence.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sanford Shulman, P43230, appearing on behalf of Ahmed Kaldon Yosef. I will waive his appearance as well. And I note that our PCC was actually scheduled for the 25th, but I will waive that for purposes of today. And I did note off the record that I just got the discovery. I wanted to ensure that there was no conflict, and I'll let the government know as soon as possible if there's an issue. But for purposes of today, I'll appear on his behalf, and we're prepared to set it for an exam.
All right, the court
Judge,
will
I
waive
would
it.
indicate, sorry, I
Court will
apologize.
waive the defendant's appearance as well. You were saying this, James?
I do not have a discovery at this point. I have had a chance to review the People's Protective Order, and as long as it does not prohibit me from sharing information with my experts and investigators, I'm fine with signing off on that.
And I don't think it prohibits that, Your Honor. So as soon as that's signed, I'll provide the rest of the discovery to Ms. James. I did send her a copy of the investigator's report and complaint.
All right. The court will set this matter for preliminary examination, House October 26th.
Judge, can we have a little more time? It's my understanding from speaking with the prosecutor that there is a lot of discovery in this case. Is it possible to do it on November 7th?
And Your Honor, I'm in trial the week of November 6th.
Okay.
Is it possible that November 2nd, week before?
No. Why are we going so far out? Absolutely not.
Only because that's when I spoke with the prosecutor yesterday, he indicated that there is a lot of discovery. And that was one of the things that I was concerned about and why I contacted him. Because I want to be able to review the discovery and meet with my client.
You can do that. You can do that by the latest October 31st.
I'll be in trial, Judge. I'll be on trial the 30th, the 31st, and the 1st.
November 2nd is my last offer.
What time, Judge?
We can do 10 or 1:30.
I would ask if the court would do 1:30.
1:30.
And I'll make it work as well, Judge.
That works for the people. Thank you, Judge.
All right, Judge, can you get the prosecutor's phone number?
Sorry.
Prosecutor's phone number. Oh, Mr. Fedora, you have the family of the complaining witness here in the courtroom. They would like your number.
Oh, they should have it. I'll call them after the hearing. That's fine. I will. I have Miss Gartley's number. I'll give her a call after the hearing.
We continue as both defendants. Omni Smith,
Yes.
are you sitting in my courtroom with a bathrobe on, ma'am?
Oh, no, this is a cover. I apologize. No, I'm in that front room, sir. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't know if I should get out. Come on, we got issues with this elevator. We still trying to work.
Ms. Barnwell,
Yes, Judge. I'm in an elevator in Frank Murphy.
how can I help you this morning?
The Rubio Leiva.
Okay,
That's the interpreter case. Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning. Ready to Rubio later.
Okay. Calling case number 230-589-8701. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Manuel Ernesto Rubio Leiva. The defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm. Minutes have the probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe and my P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell, P42505, on behalf of Mr. Manuel Ernesto Rubio Leiva.
Good morning, Your Honor. Interpreter Evelyn Villarreal, certified court interpreter, number C3822.
I appreciate you, Ms. Villarreal. I don't think I have anyone here for you to interpret just yet.
Yeah, he's in the jail, Judge.
Ms. Barnwell, are you waiving his presence or you want to wait on him?
I can waive his presence, but we need the interpreter for continued services.
Okay. The court waived the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we're requesting an exam.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for a preliminary examination. How is October 26th?
1 split second, Judge.
Judge, we're going to need, I don't know how you do it, Judge, but I think we're going to need multiple interpreters because I know at least one of the witnesses is Spanish speaking as well, Judge. Just so the court.
Okay. Make sure we order another interpreter.
And as for the 26th, Judge, do you have the afternoon available for that date, Judge? I'm booked up in the morning.
I sure do. October 26th at 1:30, Ms. Barnwell?
Yes, Judge.
All right, October 26th at 1:30.
And Ms. Barnwell, I'm still getting all the video collected, but you're going to start getting some of that today. I've got a whole bunch coming in for you.
Yes. If need be, I can bring up my external hard drive to download directly, just in case there's an issue with me getting it from the evidence.com.
Thank you, Ms. Barnwell. Thank you, Judge. Have a good weekend and go blue.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Villarreal.
You are very welcome. Have a good
I hope you
weekend.
heard the go blow, Mr. Kehoe.
Take care, Judge.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Judge.
What are you here on?
Mr. Kayvon Barrett, I know Rita Young was originally on the case, but she told me that retained counsel Debbie Shells is supposed to be substituting in.
I don't know who that is.
Neither do I.
Thank you, Shell. Okay. So do we have an appearance from anybody named Debbie Shells?
No, sir.
So Ms. Young is still the attorney of record so far as I'm concerned.
Makes sense. I'll shoot her an email and let her know maybe to pop on, and then she can hand the baton off.
Okay.
Good morning, you.
Good morning.
Go green, go white, sir.
All day, all night. Mr. Kearney, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, well, I got a case in here. It's real unfortunate for you. You're dressed like that. Why do you want to hurt your own feelings like that?
Remember, I have contempt powers. Who are you here for?
I'm here for Mr. Neely, Judge.
Neely? I don't see a Neely on my document.
I had one set. One moment. Dwight Neely.
Not on my docket today. What's he charged with?
It is a armed robbery, and yeah, that's right. It's an armed robbery, felony, firearm. So I don't know why it would necessarily be on this docket.
It wouldn't.
Then it is an error by our staff. I will look it up in the 36th District Court Register of Actions. Thank you.
They think I might. They just sent you here to irritate. They just sent you here to irritate me. That's all.
That's right. That's right. I just don't know why you would subject yourself to that kind of emotional pain, you know.
Whatever. That's how.
No English.
It's the man's haircut.
All right. Goodbye.
Ms. Fuso.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How can I help you, ma'am?
I am here on the Kayvon Barrett case.
Oh, okay, so they said they gave the wrong name. They got Debbie right, but they gave me some other different name.
Oh.
All right, we're ready on Barrett.
Okay. Calling case number 230-592-6001. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Kayvon Barrett, AKA Kayvon Charles Barrett. The defendant is being charged with count 1, child abuse, 2nd degree. Counts 1 through 4 is child abuse, 2nd degree. Defendant is set for probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of the people, P83513.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah Schlussel, P56420, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Kayvon Barrett.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, so I just joined the case and I need to get discovery and look it over with my client to figure out what to do. I would ask, Your Honor, that this matter be set off maybe a couple of weeks.
Well, that's not gonna happen, not a couple of weeks.
Or how about a week? How about a week?
I don't know. Ms. Johnson, are the people gonna be demanding an exam?
No, not necessarily, Judge. I did send over discovery to the prior attorney. I got Ms. Shushel's name this morning and I can have her before lunch today. There will be a Kids Talk protective order we'll have to send back for the kids interviews, but I can send the rest of it right now.
All right, Ms. Schlussel. I can adjourn the probable cause conference, but it's gonna be a very short adjournment.
Your Honor, could you do next Friday morning?
No, that's not a very short adjournment.
It's a week.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's not a short adjournment. Things move pretty fast here.
Your Honor, I do have a trial next week that I'm preparing for, and preparing for that and looking this over. A week is a short amount of time. I would respectfully request.
Respectfully, it's not. So the preliminary examination is supposed to be held within 2 weeks of the arraignment.
Your Honor, my client can waive that 21 days.
I'm not going to adjourn the probable cause conference for a week now.
Your Honor, to what date? Only because my mornings, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are very full. And then Thursday, I have a trial. It starts on Wednesday afternoon.
Somehow you're gonna have to fit this in for a probable cause conference that takes all of 30 seconds.
Your Honor, can we do Wednesday?
What about Monday at 8:30? First come, first serve.
8:30. All right, I can do that, Your Honor.
All right. So that'll be October 23rd at 8:30 for PCC. Following be continued.
Thank you. Oh, Your Honor, one other, I was going to ask, is there any chance of lowering my client's bond?
Why would I do that?
Your Honor, because he has no criminal record. And, Your Honor, I would like him to be out so he can better help me in his defense.
Ms. Johnson?
Judge, the facts of this case are that the police discovered 5 guns within reach of where young children could get to them. There were 4 children under the age of 8 in that house when an 8-year-old did get a hold of a gun and shoot himself in the head, or was shot by maybe one of the other kids. We don't know exactly what happened, but the kids got a hold of the guns. And so I think it's a very dangerous situation, and I think the bond should be kept as it is.
What is the bond?
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Your Honor, I think it was like $100,000 or $200,000. It was one of those two.
The only allegation is that the defendant carelessly left the firearms within the reach of children.
Yes, Judge.
Hey, doesn't sound like a flight risk. How is he a danger to the community?
Judge, I think that's where I'll leave the discretion of the court.
All right.
That was 100,000 tether, Judge.
100,000
with a tether.
100,000. Bond sounds somewhat excessive to me. What's his relationship to the children?
He's their father, Judge.
Is this the defendant here in jail? What's your name in the Wayne County Jail, sir? Sir, in the Wayne County Jail, what's your name?
Hey, good morning, Judge. This is happy Friday, Go Blue. This is he doesn't speak any English. This is Manuel Ernesto Rubio Leyva.
Okay, his next court date is October 26th at 1:30 for a preliminary examination.
October 6th. Got you, Judge. Thank you. And we also have a we also have a Alante Holton. You need him?
Mr. Helton, his next court date is November 2nd at 1:30.
Great, thank you. Hope you and the staff have a good weekend, Judge.
Sir, did you have Mr. Barrett?
No, Mr. Barrett is Jail Division 1. I can let them know. Do you guys need him?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll let him know you're ready.
Have a good weekend. Go green, go white.
All right, thanks, Judge.
Your Honor, I won't tell you where I went to school then. Your Honor, my client, even though I know he's not on yet, I could tell you that somebody in the jail found a picture of him online. I don't know how, but a picture of him in a Halloween costume from years ago, in wearing long hair and some kind of women's outfit. And now he's being mercilessly harassed and threatened because of that. And I'm worried for his safety. And beyond that, he is not being given any of his medications, and it's very concerning.
Okay, so he gets out, where is he going?
He would be going to his house with his brother and his wife. And Your Honor, all the guns have been taken. They're gone. The police took them.
The bond sounds a little excessive to me. How much can he post this discussion?
Your Honor, probably not a lot. I could tell you they're on a payment plan with me. They don't have a lot of money. So I would ask for as low a bond as possible. And he has no record.
All right, I'm going to set the bond at $100,000 personal with the GPS telling no contact with complaining witnesses or the children at this time anyway.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on, that's awesome. You're all set, Ms. Schlesinger. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend.
Thanks,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thanks.
I haven't seen your attorney yet, Ms. Smith. You have to unmute yourself if you're talking to me.
My attorney was the guy with the white button up. He was brown skinned with glasses. I don't even know my number. I called the clerk's office yesterday to find your number to get on the Zoom. This is my first time ever doing this.
Okay. We'll be here soon.
Okay. Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I know my attorney's name so I can write it down?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
My doctor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kraus.
Good morning, Judge.
What are you here on?
Omni Smith, go green.
Yes, ma'am. On what, Smith?
This is a dismissal. I emailed the court about it yesterday. It's with Miss Drain.
What's the defendant's name again?
Talmaj Smith.
Okay. Good morning. How you doing? Calling case 2359128, people of the state of Michigan versus Talmaj Smith. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 3, assault with dangerous weapons. Count 4, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 5, domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and/or knowingly assaulting a pregnant woman, second offense notice. Defendant has provisional offender, third offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P81830, appearing on behalf of Talmaj Smith. I am asking that the court waive his presence. He was actually sentenced to 100 days in the Washtenaw County Jail yesterday for another offense.
Court waive the defendant's presence. Ms. Drain.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I have spoken with the complainant for this case, Ms. Juanita Curry, and she has stated to me that she is not going to be appearing for court for this hearing. In fact, she has moved out of state, so there's no way to get her here at this point. And she did not want to go forward with this case. So I did let Ms. Kraus know that, and I'm sure Ms. Kraus would have a motion to dismiss, and I would not object.
Yes, I do have a motion to dismiss, Judge.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And you're here on Gils?
That's correct.
Calling case 2359187, people of the state of Michigan versus Damian Raphael Gils. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, felony firearm. Count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 4, domestic violence. Defendant has an official offender, third offense. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Christopher Quinn, P6943, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gils, who is present.
Tell me your name, Mr. Gils.
Damian Gils.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
I would be for dismissal.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. You go in the hall.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. What's your name in the Wayne County Jail? What's your name, sir?
Kayvon Barrett.
The next court date is October 23rd at 8:30. That'll be via Zoom as well. We just met your attorney today. So she's going to gather information and also, I think I reduced his bond, right? I reduced your bond to a personal bond. No contact with your children. Okay, so you'll be getting out soon. You're welcome and have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do I? Perfect, right here. I suppose, President. You got it, you got it. Yes, sir. All right.
Good morning, Judge King.
Hey, good morning. How are you, sir?
Sir, great. That's all we have for you today.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good weekend. Go green, go white.
Yes, sir.
That's a Halloween costume mix, or whose helmet do you have? I'm going to take a picture. I send it to my nephew. You fine. Okay. Stay. I do that. I never that on six. Still go. You know, you was funny to me. I had to go in the hallway and laugh at you. Oh. You're all right today, yeah.
Ms. Jefferson.
Good morning, Judge. Then I got
Here on-
Angel Milton.
Okay.
Oh, I like the hat, Judge.
Thank you.
Look at Mr. Dapper there.
Sparks on the bow tie?
Yeah. The whole outfit.
In the background?
Okay.
Don't even talk about the cufflinks.
Okay. Now, where are you going? It seems like you need an escort, sir.
No, I'm just fine. I'm a Spartan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, calling case number 230-593-8101. The people of the state of Michigan versus Angel Milton. The defendant being charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, count 2, domestic violence, and count 3, malicious destruction of personal property. less than $200. Hearing is set for probable cause.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomasine Jefferson on behalf of Angel Milton.
And are you waiving Ms. Milton's presence?
I am waiving her presence, asking that this matter be set for exam.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination housed October 27th at 9:15.
It's not a good day, Jan.
The whole day?
Well, unless you, right, the whole day, because I got a trial the afternoon and got stuff that morning. Can't get there.
October 25th at 9:15.
No, I can't do the 25th. I can do the 23rd if you're going to put it late. Or I could do the afternoon of the 25th.
What about the 26th?
The 26th is worse.
Are you sure you can do this case, Ms. Jefferson?
Yeah, I could do it the 25th in the afternoon or either the 23rd in the afternoon or like 11 o'clock on the 23rd. I am actually coming down there on the 23rd.
I don't have any room on the 23rd.
Further report in November. But it will remain.
About late morning of the 27th.
Okay, what time we talking about? 11 o'clock?
I can do 11, 11:30.
Let's do 11:30, please.
All right, 11:30 on October 27th.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Angel?
Yes.
So we just set your case for October 27th at 11:30. That's in person in 36th District Court.
You said at 11:30?
Yes, ma'am. Next Friday at 11:30. That's in person.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay. Johnson cupcakes today. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that breaking stuff, man. As soon as you come in.
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, lucky my head too big for this helmet.
You go back and go get my jacket.
It's too early for Halloween.
Oh, you already dressed for it, good. Okay, what are we gonna talk about? All right, we'll talk. What's up, y'all?
What's up, listen?
Hey, what's happening? everybody enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So Ms. Smith has been waiting for you.
I apologize to everyone for my tardiness here. I see Ms. Smith. May I have a breakout room very briefly, Judge, or I could do it after the, we're just going to set it for a preliminary examination right now.
Okay, we're ready on Smith. Okay.
What is that on your, Judge? There's something on your hat, like a mark or something. I don't know. I didn't.
Calling case number 230-593-9701. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Omni Smith, aka Omni Smith. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, habitual offender, second offense notice, set probable cause today.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. My name is Mark Brown. My P number is 39562. I appear on behalf of Ms. Smith, who's present via the Zoom technology. We have an objection to continuing via that technology. Ms. Smith, unmute your microphone and state your name, please.
Omni Smith.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Brown?
We're going to demand an exam. Judge, I've received paper discovery. Ms. Drain, is there any video that you're aware of? Can't hear you.
Yeah, Ms. Drain.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought that I had sent everything out that I had, but oh, I sent it through evidence.com. You didn't get an evidence.com link?
I'm not aware. I know I have the paper. I'll look again. I'll look at it. If I don't have it, I'll contact you.
Okay, I can send it again as well.
Thank you. That's right. I'll look and I'll let you know.
Okay.
The court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's October 27th at 9:15?
You say 27th?
Yes.
Just one second. Next Friday. That's fine, Judge.
Yeah, October 27th at 9:15. That'll be in person, Ms. Smith. Bond will be continued.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Smith, we're going to go into a breakout room very briefly, if you don't mind. Could you put us in there?
Okay.
I thought I might have seen you last night, Judge. Judge Professor Littlejohn's thing.
Oh, I completely forgot about that. Sean DK was telling me about that. Go ahead and join.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hey, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Okay, leave it. I'm sorry.
Thanks for the heads up.
Just imagine.
One here. Yeah, we got it. Leave it on the
I would
guys.
say. I said, I got it. How do you spell? Yeah, but the person, Lisa, I like to see. No, but it's
Yeah, you can sit up,
L-E,
Mr.
that's
Mattis.
right. Is this the only thing you got up for? So I can take the table? Is getting dismissed. Should I type one on the meeting? Yes. Okay.
Michael. This way, this way.
Oh, yeah. I might have to raise that. Thank you. So I want to say something.
I said one of these days. Oh, it's too early for Halloween, man. What's going on?
And it's too early, it's too late for the end of the year. Oh, that's what that's year's already ended. Now help me, Cole, though. Just as clean as no quarterbacks.
How y'all can do without cheating this time. See if you can win a game without stealing signals. Did you hear about that?
No, when that happened?
They said all year, Michigan has been stealing other team signals.
Yeah, it's not stealing people out in the open. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. It's like, you want to sit there and go, throw it to him. It's like, come on.
I can come take your wallet as long as it's in the open.
If it's in the open, come get it. It's like, it ain't stealing.
Okay. You must be a Wolverine.
Ms. Pruitt. Go blue. Ms. Pruitt. The victims in the first room.
Thank you. Gabrielle, GAB.
Okay, we ready on Michael Mattis? Where's Mr. Mattis?
Ready?
Yes.
Stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2356268, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Mattis, defendants charged in count 1 aggravated stalking. Appearances for the record, please.
Roderick, I believe there's who is somebody in this case, I believe her. Judge, I heard a lot of people like your hat.
Was there not the light?
Right.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gabrielle Pruitt requesting permission on practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Tilly Drain. Your Honor, we have a preliminary.
Your appearance for the record.
I'm sorry, Lisa Frederick, Keep Live 3372, appearing on behalf of Mr. Michael Mattis, who's present.
You said there's a preliminary, right?
Yes, Your Honor. The charge is aggravated stalking, which would be in violation of a personal protection order. People have not provided a copy of the personal protection order or the proof of service. And in that respect, we should not be able to proceed without those things. Your Honor, I have to check my files, sorry, but I believe that a copy of the PPO is discussed in that case. It was not.
Do you have it? Do you have it?
I don't have a physical copy of it right now, Judge.
How are you going to prove this case without the personal protection?
I do have a register of actions for the PPO, and I thought that the defense counsel might want to get it based off the ROA. I would never, because it needs to have been served, which means we need to have proof of service. The ROA does have proof of service filed on May 4th, 2022. And the complaining witness is willing to testify about when service happened. That would be insufficient. We need a copy of the proof of service as well as the personal protection.
How long is it going to take you to get a copy of that?
Ask the people that have to take.
Sir, step on back. I'll see.
Judge, could I send this to your staff?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. I sure will. Thank you.
Okay. Back on the record on People versus Michael Mattis, case number 2356268. Ms. Frederick, do you have the discovery that you were lacking now?
I do.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other preliminary matters before you call your witnesses?
Not the,
All right.
no.
Call your witnesses. You know, sure.
The people called Brittany Ward.
Now, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you guys?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Just pull that door open. Have a seat, speak directly into that left microphone.
All right.
Nice and clear. Okay. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. My name is Brittany Ward. My married last name is Mattis. My maiden name is Ward. How would you like me to refer to you today? Brittany Ward. Ms. Ward, do you know Michael Mattis? Yes. How do you know him? Michael is my husband. How long have you been married? Since 2018, since 2018. Approximately 4 years? Correct. Would you recognize Mr. Mattis if you see him today? Yes. Do you see him in the courtroom? Yes. Will you point to him and tell the court item of clothing he's wearing? Green jumpsuit. When did you first get a PPO against Mr. Mattis? The first PPO issue in Detroit was May of 2022. Why did you get that PPO? Due to the constant harassment and stalking of me at my home in Detroit, Michigan. After you got your PPO against Mr. Mattis, when was he served? Shortly after, in June 2022. How was he served? Would it be okay to go into detail of the serving? Because the serving was a little convoluted how it happened. Yes, you can give the court details. Okay. From what I know, the PPO was issued May of 2022. I do have exact time frames, but I didn't want to misquote that day. June of 2022, 1 month after Michael was then at my home on Westmoreland, where the PPO was then tried to, an official serving was ensued at that time. An official physical serving ensued at that time in June. Why was Mr. Mattis at your home on that date? Which is on court record, I'm sorry, on news record. Because there's another charge that happened because of that occurrence in June, was on the record that he was looking for me. Your home in Westmoreland, is that in the city of Detroit? Yes. In the county of Wayne? Yes. After Mr. Mattis was served with the PPO, when did you see him again? Not in person, ever, no. Have you had any contact with Mr. Mattis? I have physically seen Michael, I've seen Michael Mattis since that PPO, yes. Okay, when have you seen him? When he was extracted from the hotel in Southfield. Which, that's all on document. I saw him physically removed from the hotel. Can you tell the court what? You said that Michael was extracted from a hotel. Yes. In Southfield. Mm-hmm. Approximately when? would I be able to refer to one Q card and I can give this very clearly?
Your Honor, the witness has had a 5-year relationship with the defendant, and there have been multiple instances where there needed to be police contact. So based off that, she's kept notes for any legal purposes. May she refer to her notes to refresh her recollection?
Refresh your recollection.
Thank you. May 12, 2022. Honorable Abram issued my PPO. June 24.
Ms. Ward, you can't read your notes to us.
Okay.
But you can look at your notes and let me know when you're ready for a question.
Got it. Can I expound on the hotel? Is that where we are?
That's where we are.
Got it.
So once you remember what happened with the hotel, once you remember when that incident happened and why Mr. Mattis needed to be extracted, you can put your note cards away and let me know your questions.
All right. That is going to fast forward to December of 2022. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Fast forward to December of 2022. Michael Mattis was teetering between Detroit's boundaries and the adjacent county, you would say. So he was residing in a hotel, to which that's where he was coming to and from my parents' residence in Westmore.
When you say Mr. Mattis was coming to and from your parents' home, at this point, the PPO was in effect.
Correct.
So why was he going to your parents' home?
For bad intentions relative to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Don't tell me what his intentions are. Tell me what he was doing or saying at your parents' house.
So the June situation that is on record with what you said.
The judge doesn't know what the police reports say, so we need you to just tell the judge what happened to you on this date, this happened.
Okay.
Or even if you don't remember the exact date, approximately around this time.
I'm good at verbatim. If I want to go to June, that would help me out with this.
Okay, so let's go back to June. So you said on June 7th that.
It's gonna open the can of worms a little bit.
We're all over the place. I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay.
I understand, Your Honor, I'm gonna try and clean it up. On June 7th, you said that you served Mr. Mattis with the PPO on your lawn.
On June 24th.
I'm gonna object. The witness never said on June 7th she served Mr. Mattis with PPO on her lawn at all. She never said that. Counsel's testifying. Sorry. Also, Your Honor, the witness is literally reading from the notes.
Okay, so ma'am, the notes are for the purpose of either refresh your recollection, not to be verbatim, but to refresh your recollection. So when your recollection is refreshed, you have to put your notes down and testify as to what you remember, what you saw and what you heard, not what anybody thought, only what you saw and what you heard. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so Mr. Mattis was served with the PPO?
I cannot answer that with what happened to June. June, Michael was on the lawn of my home in Detroit, where another incident ensued. The PPO was attempted to be served at that time, and I believe it was served at that time in June.
What was the next incident with Mr. Mattis after June?
At June, he assaulted my father on the lawn of my home in June.
You saw that?
I did not personally see it, no.
And you can only tell us what you personally saw and what you personally heard, okay?
Okay.
What was your next interaction with Mr. Mattis after he was served with the PPO?
My next interaction with
No, I'm
Mr.
gonna
Mattis.
object. I'm sorry. The witness has testified that she's not sure whether he was served or not. The counsel keeps stating that he was served. So this is, I think, using the record. The witness has testified that she doesn't know if he was served or not.
On the objection, Your Honor, I'm of the belief that the witness has testified about service, but I just want to know what the rules.
She just said that she doesn't know if she was served or not.
Okay. What contact have you had with Mr. Mattis since you filed the CPS?
There's been no physical contact with.
Has there been any time that he's reached out to you?
Correct. Hundreds on the record that I could not get the phone records for that, or the household residence phones on Westmoreland. But obviously that would take a subpoena. And the reason why I don't want to overstep or misstep is because of what happened in June is pretty critical of why we're kind of here with that certain situation. And I don't know how to kind of Your Honor, speak to there's it. no question before this witness is just pretty much just giving a narrative, alluding to another narrative.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting kind of weary here. Ma'am, you said that you filed for a PTO in May, was it?
It was granted in May.
It was granted in May. The defendant appeared at your home in June,
Correct.
and you saw someone attempt to serve him with the PTO on that date, is that right?
No, that's not right. What I know is what's on the record. I know that I can't speak of what is read on that police report. I was not home at the residence.
Oh, so you weren't there?
Correct. I was not at my home that day.
All right. You had some contact, whether it was physical or verbal, with the defendant after that date?
No.
The defendant has not contacted you?
Verbal, I have not verbally spoke to Michael Mattis. What I have received are hundreds of emails, hundreds of phone calls on the
Okay. Do you
record.
have those emails and phone calls?
Yes,
Where are
they've been provided to Ms. Drain via email, and I have them on a log via email. And I have them in
how do
a
you know
binder.
these are emails from the defendant?
I have them in a binder in my vehicle.
Okay, listen to my question. How do you know these are emails from the defendant?
They state Michael Mattis in the subject line.
Drain, do you have those emails?
I don't have them, I don't have them in me. I was going to ask to content of the emails and what about the content would make her believe that even though it says it was from him, is there
Do you not
anything
have a
else?
best evidence from it?
I can't get them, there are many other things.
Your Honor, if I may. So it appears hundreds of emails exist and they've been submitted to the prosecution. We should have, as the.
You don't have that either?
I have none of this.
I'm
No, not even
I'm
word.
confused. How is it that you guys had intended on proving this case if you haven't given opposing counsel the emails? She didn't have personal protection order or the proof of service.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought that the video was in the discovery. That's what I thought, because we had, I thought that, I did not, the way our system is now, things are
Okay, so let's say
separate.
that the PPO was there, Ms. Frederick did, and she had an opportunity to go over and so forth. So now we move past that, now we have to establish that there has been contact after he was served with the PPO. How are you going to establish that?
By the witness's testimony, but also, it's charged aggravated stalking, and for this one, it was a repeated course of conduct that happened, and only one of the offenses has to be in violation of the restraining order. And there are a multitude of things that have happened even before.
Okay, well, let's get to that then, and let's not talk about the emails, and if that's not what you're going to show. Let's talk about what it is that is the course of conduct.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could add one more thing. Irrespective of what counsel reports to Smith's court after, witnesses testified that The PPO was not served. It was attempted to be served.
But we have the court record, at least what I have here for me.
Is a signed proof of service. I saw that. Thank you.
And proceed.
In addition, Your Honor, the court representative has that document. At this time, I would also produce the certified copy of the register of actions of the PPO. And the dates in register of actions reflect the date of the PPO and. Okay. All right. All right, Ms. Ward, you back up a little bit here. Okay, so why did you get the PPO against Mr. And also, I know that you stated that you saw Mr. Mattis in the courtroom and you indicated that he was wearing green. Is that correct? Did you point to him?
No, I don't have physically pointed to him.
Okay, all right. Did you just point to him? Just
I did.
Thank you. Your Honor, please instruct the reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Mattis.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, now back up to before you got the PPO. Okay, why did you get the PPO? What happened?
Okay, so that PPO was issued May of 2022. Prior to that, I left Louisiana in 2021.
Why did you leave Louisiana?
I left on what was granted as a, it was pretty much an emergency I needed to leave due to the volatile situation of the household, what was going on in Louisiana.
Okay.
That is the end of 2021.
What household are you referring to?
The residents in Louisiana on Eliza Drive.
Okay.
Eliza, Eliza.
And who was living in that residence?
Myself, Michael Mattis, our son Easton Mattis, and our dog Tuesday.
Okay, so you were all living together at that time?
Correct.
And were you married at that time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and you decided to leave that residence?
Correct.
Why?
November 9th, 2021, I was awarded for custody of our son, and due to the situation, it was imperative for myself and my son to leave Louisiana.
Did you file for a divorce?
I did not.
How did you get custody?
I was given bride custody on the 9th of November 2020. That's when I was granted.
And why?
Due to a plethora of not good things that happened in Louisiana under that court system.
Okay, so we need to know, are these things involving yourself and Mr. Matthews?
That's correct.
Can you indicate what those things are?
Right, prior to that, Michael was pulled from our home and sent to a psychiatric ward due to behavior in our community. Our son at the time was 2. It was going to be a bad situation for our first child and everything. So police were frequenting our home quite a bit.
Okay, so what I need to know is the specific instances of things that happened that you may have felt harassed or threatened by just between you and Mr. Matthews. Was there anything that happened?
In Louisiana. Emotional, physical, I'm not really prepared to go down that, but that's what's on the record down there.
Just from your own recollection, what happened? Why was it so bad? What specifically did he do?
I guess the last straw specifically, I don't know, I've had tons of groceries thrown at my face just for no reason. This was the kind of the last straw, and that's one of the things that happened, thrown at me where our son witnessed it. And this is one of those times where I said, I've got to go ahead and leave. It's again involved men as well. Police were involved, sheriffs in our community.
Was there anything else that happened between yourself and Mr. Matthews?
Years prior, yes.
What was that?
We had a physical altercation.
What happened during that physical altercation?
When you say years prior, are you talking about before the PPO?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to know what happened after.
Okay, all right. Now we're here after the PPO has been served here.
Yes.
what contact?
Your
have you-
Honor, once again, I have to check. This is now.
I'm sure you better when you stand.
I apologize, Your Honor. Once again, let's just pull down our note cards and starting to refer to them. And at this point, I would request that they be kept over here, and when she needs to refresh, they give them to her, because this constant reviewing of the notes during the testimony is really improper.
Yeah, so if I'm asking a question, if the witness would just say, may I refer to my notes? I think that would satisfy.
Let us know if you have to refer to the notes before you look at it.
Okay, so, after the PPO has been issued and served, what contact has there been, if any, by Mr. Mattis?
After the PPO, there has been email contact of me receiving the email and not responding. There's been phone contact of me receiving phone messages and voicemails and not responding.
And the voicemail and messages, what did those consist of?
More or less babble in some ways, some things that were incoherent, things that were reflecting on the past, things to get my attention.
Okay. And did you receive these calls?
I did.
Did you receive these calls to your cell phone?
That is correct, and to my parents' home phone on West Point.
Were you living at your parents' home at the moment?
Yes.
And, the calls that you received, and did you actually receive calls? Did you pick up and answer the phone at the home in Westmoreland?
No, I only have record.
Okay, so calls that you received on your cell phone, were they from Mr. Mattis?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you recognize their phone number?
What I don't want to get messed up on, and I apologize, Your Honor, I had to keep 2 cell phones because of this behavior, and I want to make sure that I get this right. What is on record that I can clearly, if they were subpoenaed, are to the home phone number. If I could just make sure that the house number is what would show all of that record, if that makes sense. The next phone line that I have, my Mattis would have not had. The cell phone number that I have now, he would not have that number. But the number that I had, that is the number that received the constant calling, that type of thing, which is why I did acquire another cell phone, so that I can handle business.
Okay, so I'm talking about the cell phone that you had at that time.
Correct.
And the phone calls that you received from Mr. Mattis on that cell phone.
I would want to say no and just speak only to email. Email is what is sticking out in my mind without looking at notes. I can physically look at tons of emails and I will just state why I know it's from him. They will be from a Google Voice number from a 225 Louisiana cell phone. The content is clearly Michael Mattis within that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Were the phone calls that I'm asking about?
Yes.
The phone calls that you received from Mr. Mattis after the video. Did you recognize the number?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a number for Mr. Mattis or a different number?
The one I assume to be Mr. Mattis.
Pardon?
Yes, what I assume to be from him.
Why do you say what I assume to be?
It's from a 225 number with an area code. When you generate those type of numbers, generally you can select an area code, and sometimes it will be, the remainder numbers will be different.
Okay, so, did Mr. Mattis, before the video, did Mr. Mattis have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you regularly contact him from your cell phone to his cell phone, or back and forth?
No.
At no time did you ever
No.
contact?
Not at all, no.
Even through your marriage, you never
Okay,
contacted?
yes, absolutely. I've seen it after 2021, leaving Louisiana.
Okay, I'm talking about the phone number, the cell phone number that Mr. Mattis has. Okay? Did you ever receive calls from that number?
I have to refer to a document to just make sure I answer that correctly.
Okay. Do you know if you received calls from another number, but it turned out to be Mr. Mattis?
That's correct.
And did you answer those numbers?
No, but voicemails were left.
Okay. And the voicemails that were left, who were they from?
Right.
And how did you know that they were from that book if you didn't know, if you didn't recognize the phone number?
No, it's voice.
Okay, you recognize it, correct. And what was the nature of the voicemails?
The nature was relative to why am I doing this? Where's our son? What are you doing? Without going into detail, because, a lot to the job. I don't want to step here, but yes, that's the overarching of what the content would be about.
Okay, do you know, Cartoon, how many phone calls you received?
In a day, it could be 50.
50 phone calls in a day?
It could be easily that.
How many days?
I would want to refer to my notes, but that's in a time frame, because we did go to the detention center in that June area. That's where that gets a little weird. So I don't want to.
Okay, if you could refer to your notes that you refresh your memory.
To which part?
The phone calls that you received, that you're stating that you received.
It's October of 2022. Yes. Okay. October 2022, the 19th through the 28th, I have record of sequential Google Voice with content within there, and or even in that time frame of the 19th of October and the 28th of October.
And okay, and so how many voice messages you received?
Roughly, this is email content, so roughly 6 or 7 that I can remember at the time.
Okay, I'm not talking about email, I'm talking about phone calls that you received from Mr. Mattis. Did you receive actual phone calls to your phone?
Through Google Voice. So that's a computer situation.
So it was not to your phone?
Yes, it was. But not to the cell phone I was using at that time.
Okay, but you indicated what you received, what you identified because Mr. Mattis' voice, is that correct? And you indicated the content. What about the content made you believe that it was Mr. Mattis?
He was upset because in that October frame is where that's where the video footage comes in of the house in October. So yeah, the content of the dialogue was pretty upset because then in the October frame is where the photographs come in of the freeze frames of the times and everything, which I have the notes of at the residence in October.
Okay, and what residence is this?
Westmore, my parents' home on Westmore.
Okay, and was he prohibited from being at your parents' home?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and was that through the PPO?
Yes.
Okay, and is that where you were living at the time?
Yes.
One moment. Welcome to the Zoom hearing, proceeding so that on the screen.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge, make me leave because I didn't.
While you guys are getting that together, we want to change gears just for a moment. We are ready on Honora Lewis II.
Okay. Calling case number 230-593-0901. The people of the state of Michigan versus the defendant, Honora Lewis. The defendant is being charged with count 1, weapons, firearm possession by felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3 and 4, weapons, felony firearms. Count 5, domestic violence. The defendant is a habitual offender, 4th offense notice at probable cause today.
Okay, just for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley James with People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Please the court. Anthony Lewis, 43876, on behalf of Mr. Honora Lewis. Mr. Lewis, state your name for the record.
Honora Lewis II.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Lewis?
Judge, you had us to come today to confirm if I have received the 3 things of discovery that I had requested. I have received a video footage, but I have not received the 3 specific things that I had requested on our last court date.
Which are what?
Which would be the 911 call, the video footage of the 4 scout cars that came to my client's home, and the Lord.
You're the one asked for it. You don't remember what you asked for?
Judge, I had it on my mind all this morning, And I know the prosecutor would remember because she wrote it down. So if she could help me out, I would appreciate it.
I thought the third thing was that you wanted his phones returned. That's what I
That's
thought.
right. That's the third thing, Judge. I apologize.
So where are we with that, Ms. Tree?
Your Honor, I emailed the officer the day that we had the PCC requesting this thing. I emailed him again yesterday to ask where we were, because I hadn't received anything. He indicated to me that the 911 calls were ordered. He didn't have them as of last night. He did tell me that in terms of the body wear camera, there was more body wear camera. The arresting officer's body wear footage is just from the vehicle that he uploaded, and I sent that to Attorney Lewis. So all of the video footage per the OIC, I have already sent. There is no more that we have.
And what about the phones?
Concerning the phones, they have, this was an email from last night. He emailed, do you want these phones dumped? We never asked for them to be dumped. I don't know why. They do have the phones. I didn't want to ask that they be ordered to be returned without knowing. But again, this was late last night. I haven't even had an opportunity to speak, to ask anyone about it, but that's all that he said, that the 2 cell phones on evidence from the defendant, do you want them to be dumped?
You didn't want them dumped, did you, Mr. Lewis? You just want the phones back, right?
I want the phones back. Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have any objection to that. I have information as to why.
Mr. Lewis, send over an order for the return of the phones and I'll sign.
Okay, I've been having a problem sending an order over, Judge, but you did eventually get the last order just 2 days ago. But is there do I send the order to your email address, or is there another email address you want me to send it to?
You can send it to me.
Okay. Now, would the order only mention about the phones, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, my question is about the 911 call and about the video footage of
You
the
have
four.
They have. Ms. Strange said that all that information was sent to you. That's what she has. That's what they gave her.
Okay, then I would need the police run sheet and the dispatch of the Detroit Police Department dispatching 4 police scout cars to my client's house on September the 25th, since there is no footage of those 4 police cars coming to my client's house on September the 25th. The footage that the prosecutor provided me is the video footage of the 1 police car coming to the complainant's home on September the 27th.
So you want run sheets to the house?
Yes, because if there's.
How's that going to be important to me in deciding whether there's going to be a bond over?
Well, Judge, since I don't know who the 4 police scout cars that came to my client's home on the 25th, the run sheets will then provide me with the information of who the police officers were. And then I would have to get the investigator to speak with the police officers to determine what was done, because there is no video footage of those 4 police cars arriving at my client's house.
Feel free to do all that, but I'm not sure if you're going to get all that done by the exam.
That's why I was saying that's why I said, Judge, I would need time to investigate this, because it's lengthy.
You can do all that for trial if it gets that far. We already have an exam date set, correct?
For Monday morning. So that's, yeah. Right.
Judge, may I get an affidavit from the prosecutor or the officer in charge that there is no more video footage regarding.
No more video footage, okay. Can you get him an affidavit that there's no more video footage? All right. Also see if we can get that 911 call as well, Mr. Grant.
Pardon?
911 call.
Yes, the officer in charge said that it had been ordered out. I'll call them again today and see where we're at. That should be.
Okay. All right, so you'll have your affidavit. We're working on getting the 911 call, and I'll see you Monday morning.
All right, Judge.
Also, he's gonna need those phones. So the officer in charge, when he comes Monday, he can bring them. All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge.
See you guys Monday.
Okay, Judge.
Time, Monday?
What time is it Monday?
It's like 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are back on record on People versus Mattis. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, thank you, and I am reading the image on the screen. Okay. Ms. Ward, do you recognize the picture that is on the screen?
Yes,
What is that a picture of?
that is the front porch on Westmoreland, my parents' residence,
Okay, and who was living there other than your parents?
myself and my son.
And who do you see on the front porch?
Michael Mattis.
And is that right by where the front door is?
Yes,
Okay. And were you homeless when this happened? Do you remember?
I wouldn't be able to remember.
Okay. And when was this?
October.
Okay. In October of 2022?
Correct.
And per the PPO, he was prohibited from coming here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you in any way invite him over?
No.
Okay. All right. And could you take a look at the screen here? Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that a picture of?
Michael Mattis on the front porch.
Okay. And where is the location?
On Westmoreland in my parents' home.
Okay. And when was this?
This is the yellow short. I would say it's after the PPO was served, if I can say that.
Okay. And did you invite Mr. Mattis?
No.
Over? Okay. And since you moved to Michigan from Louisiana, have you ever invited him over or asked to see him and meet with him?
No.
Okay. And obviously this is a different picture from the last one, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And
It's a different day.
How is it? And okay, it's a different day. And how do you recognize that it's a different day?
Michael's wardrobe has changed.
Okay. All right. And when were the police called?
There's so many instances I wouldn't know directly for that instance right there.
What do you mean there's been so many instances?
Of Michael being at my home.
How many instances have there been, do you recall?
Under 10, but I would say on estimate 6, and then one that was finally kind of reported in June of 2022.
Okay, so between 6 and 10 times he came to your parents' home where you were living uninvited.
Correct.
Were you ever home when he came?
Yes.
And when was that?
I wouldn't, there's so many times.
Okay. What happened on the time when Michael came over and you were?
I retreated to the basement and just tried to get a precinct to come out, which never did.
And how did you know that Michael was at your home on that day?
Due to the camera footage.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did he, was there any, did he call out, knock on the door, ring the doorbell, anything like that?
Yes. Attempted to come in the back door of the home.
He attempted to come in?
Correct. There's instances where, you know, drinking out of the water hose, sitting on my dad's Harley Davidson. All of these things happen at my home.
Okay. And he was prohibited from being?
Correct.
And between what and what dates did he do this? He continually coming to your home?
Continually was from the May to the end of the, you know, well, there's things that happen, but after May, this is when when that footage, that's happened after May 2022.
May 22, May 2022 to what?
I can firmly say, August.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, and how did you feel when you was continually coming to that home and West Lawn?
Threatened, actually alone because I couldn't get it to stop. I didn't know how to get it to stop. Concern for our child. You know, he's growing, what he's seeing, me shielding him from the constant police. The interaction was so heavy that I've had to ask police to just please come in the backyard because, you know, this is the residence I grew up at. So we would handle business in the backyard at the picnic table due to how many times I was going through this.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions at this time.
Question time.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, do you recall the date that you petitioned the court for the PPO, the exact date? We know when it was granted. When did you petition for?
I want to say the petitioning was the 11th and the grant was the 12th, but I can't, if I'm answering the word petition or thinking petition correctly.
Are we thinking of, that's fine. Are we thinking of the month of May?
Yes.
2022? And at that point, you've indicated that Mr. Mattis was already troubling you at the Westmore location.
Correct.
And you had fled, according to your testimony, Louisiana because of some bad things.
That's correct.
Right. Now, you also indicated that you were given full custody of the child when you left Louisiana.
Correct.
Do you have documents to substantiate that?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Mattis when you left Louisiana?
When I left Louisiana, Michael was, yes, he should have been at the Veteran Psych Facility in New Orleans.
Okay, and when did you leave Louisiana exactly?
The exact date was November 11th.
Of
2021.
And he was in Revere at that time.
The actual coroner's division pulled him from our home and took him to the psychiatric facility in New Orleans.
If you can recall, was that, you said you left Louisiana on 11/11/2021?
That was the flight, correct.
Okay, and where was Mr. Mattis when you left?
From what I know, still in New Orleans.
Stalking was not in care.
From what I know, he was still there and, you know, in care in New Orleans. I'm not really certain.
So you've seen the personal protection order, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and it was served by whom?
I've had a few. So the last one was Nicole, Honorable Goodson.
No, who served it?
The May one of 2022.
Yes, please.
This is where.
Now just answer, no, you don't.
Michael was served at the detention center on Mound.
I'm asking who served it?
Police officers.
He was served at the detention center on Mound.
From what I understand, the official serving, yes.
So he was arrested before he was served?
No, he received a serving before that. He received a serving before the Mound incarceration.
Okay, so then who served it?
Police officers.
And where was that?
I'm not sure where he was served.
So it didn't happen in the lawn on Westmoreland, as you stated previously?
No, yes.
Okay. That's, all right, so now with respect to your recollection, you had indicated that you couldn't answer it because it had attempted to be served. So now you're firm in your answer as of now.
Can I repeat the question, please?
You had previously answered on direct examination that you weren't sure of the service, even though it had attempted to be served, and I quote you, you cannot answer that because it had attempted to be served and all kinds of stuff was going on.
Okay.
Is that in your testimony?
No.
Okay. So
And
no, ma'am, there's no question.
okay.
When we looked at the video snippets just now, you indicated that they occurred after the PPO was served, correct?
Correct.
Then you went on to testify that one of those was from October, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But then you also testified that you couldn't really tell when those snippets were extracted, but you were firmly sure it was between May and August, correct?
I did say that, yes.
October follows August?
Correct.
Okay. So you really don't know, and based on what you saw, there was no date on those.
Right. I would have it in my notes.
Excuse me, so we're having to assume and take your word for it as to when those incidences occurred.
Yes.
And based on the skewed date, some of these could have been before the PPO, correct?
I wouldn't, no, not before May.
Okay, so you made no tapes, no recordings, no ring camera footage whatsoever before May?
Nothing that I have documented that has been in anyone's possession, that, you know, you have to freeze those frames and all
Got
that.
it, so, again, we're having to assume that you have the accurate dates of these based on this wardrobe.
I have it accurate. I have it in my notes accurate, because I would know if you had on yellow shorts, I would know what day it is. I can't read that off my notes.
And it's not on the video either?
No, but it's.
Thank you. So you further went on to say that there were 50 or more phone calls made per day to your phone line from a 255 area code, is that correct?
Yes, and that's one of the pictures.
That's fine. And so you couldn't discern whether or not they were from Mr. Mattis's phone number, though. You just indicated that because it's 255, it must be him.
Correct.
Furthermore, you went on to say that you were able to tie some of these calls to Mr. Mattis based on voice messages. Did you provide those recordings to people?
I did not provide those. I couldn't subpoena them.
Thank you. These are yes or no's when they are yes or no's. We need to elaborate.
Okay.
So you indicated that the police were called multiple times and that they finally reported to Westmoreland in June 2022.
Yes.
Did you get a report number for that incident?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the people?
Yes.
So to go back to your phone contact allegations, you said that you had a phone, that you got a subsequent phone so that you could conduct business, yes?
Yes.
And Mr. Mattis would not have had that number, right?
Correct.
And that you really couldn't substantiate the allegations of a phone contact, correct?
Via the cell phone, but via the house I can.
Okay, and have you done that?
Yes.
Have you provided that?
The actual phone log, no.
Thank you.
No, I have not.
Thank you.
It was not subpoenaed.
There's one question. You indicated that with respect to the phone calls, you only recognized the area code, not the phone. Yes or no?
Correct.
Correct.
There are times.
Ma'am, there's no question.
Okay.
Just hang in. Okay, so you said that there was a point in time when you were present and witnessed Mr. Mattis being extracted from a hotel in Southfield. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Yes.
Can you please provide the date and time?
Yes, I can.
Let me know.
Can I refer to my notes?
If that'll refresh your recollection.
December 29th, 2022.
I'm gonna ask you a question that may seem odd to you, but why were you
Present where?
at the hotel December 29th, 2022? If this is someone you don't want.
I was there with Southfield Police and was nowhere near Michael Mattis.
But what did they do? Stop by your home and what, in Detroit, pick you up, take you to the hotel? Why were you present?
So the reasoning for me being present was the continual harassment that was still going on. What I did do was, on my own account, figure out exactly where Michael was located, and I then informed Southfield Police. They then told me if I can go to Pontiac and speak before a judge, which was Judge Hallmark, and speak on the behalf of being Michael's wife on the psychiatric treatment that's needed and the harassment that's being done, if they could please pull him from the hotel which he resided in Southfield. The Judge Hallmark then granted that, and I appeared, it's happened in one day. I went back to Southfield Police. They then said that you will need to come with me and you will stay in this part of the parking lot. And they pulled him from the hotel. And he, from what I understand, got in the vehicle, which he did, which is why I said I saw him, because he was put inside their vehicle. And he was then transported to Oasis in Pontiac, where he was then taken to the psych ward there. So that is why I had a physical semblance of Michael, and that happened in December. So because he was not in Detroit, I then went to Southfield because I knew that's where he was staying.
And so you were in a police vehicle?
No.
You followed or traveled in your own vehicle?
I traveled in my own vehicle.
And they needed you there for what reason?
I was told to be there because of whatever paperwork had to come after that. I didn't want to be there, but I was in a parking lot where no one saw me, but it had to do with the paperwork exchange. that was needed for me to take after that.
So at some point you were acting as his wife and facilitating mental health services for,
That is absolutely correct.
okay,
That was the way that I knew to get this to stop.
okay. And at no point did you just plead Louisiana, with the child without his consent or knowledge?
Repeat the question, please.
Did Mr. Mattis have knowledge or give consent for you to take his child from Louisiana?
No. That wasn't needed, from what I understood from Judge Blanchard in Louisiana.
And you have documentation indicating that you have, not only full custody, but the right to legal jurisdiction?
I have the rights of full custody
Do you have
documented,
it?
but I don't have the second, no. There's nothing that was written that stated that.
Okay. And so each time you had contact or alleged contact with Mr. Mattis, was it related to custody or visitation of the child?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did Mr. Mattis contact you about his child?
After leaving Louisiana, yes.
How frequently?
Relatively frequently, yes.
Is it around those 50 calls per day?
No, this is speaking of right after leaving Louisiana.
Okay, so he never contacted you, right after leaving?
He
about
did.
the child?
He did contact me regarding
About the child.
Easton, correct.
Do you still, have any proof of the emails as you've indicated there were made?
I do.
And you said the subject line indicated the name Michael Mattis.
Or a variation of his name, because he uses different aliases.
So you're saying that the subject line of those emails were, contained the name or some variation of his name, Michael Mattis?
Yes.
And what was the content, if you can recall? What was the nature of those emails?
In which month?
Any way you can remember.
Just terrible things that he was doing within the hotel situation.
What does that mean, terrible things that he was doing?
Showing his feces in the toilet, sending that type of documentation all across the media to different judges as well, to all of my family, his family, our family.
So did you happen to look at the judge's emails that you speak of?
I was copied on them.
I'm copied on the emails
Correct.
to the judges. Which judges were those?
There's so many, I'm sorry, they're my notes.
Name one.
Only a good sentence coming.
I'll withdraw the question. Thank you.
You're whispering, did you say something? Your Honor, I would just put on the record that she said Judge Piston was one of the judges who received the email of me.
I didn't hear her say that at all.
I didn't hear her say that.
I would ask for witnesses.
I would like to let you redirect. As indicated, I will draw that question. So,
Roberta Matthew.
Excuse me, ma'am, there's no question
Okay.
for you. So, at the time you got the personal protection order, Mr. Mattis was in Michigan and not in Louisiana.
Correct.
Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Ms. Ward, you indicated that You were asked about whether or not you received emails, and the content of those emails was about your child in common, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you received emails from Mr. Mattis about that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So all of the emails that you received from Mr. Mattis, were they only about your child?
No.
What else was he emailing you about?
Feces.
Okay. When you say feces, was he describing this or was he sending a picture?
Sending video footage of him going to the restroom and or what goes in the toilet, you know, video of it.
Okay, he sent video, and this was attached to an email, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that came directly to you?
And a plethora of other people, but yes, to me.
Okay.
Correct.
And was that from his email address?
That is correct.
Okay, and, do you have the dates of those?
Yes.
Where do you have the dates?
In here and in there and in a binder.
If you would refer to one of your notes that you have right by you, would that refresh, excuse me, would that refresh your recollection as to the dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness look at her notes.
Okay.
The emails of feces were December 22nd through the 25th.
Of what year?
2022.
Okay. All right. And how did you feel when you received those emails of that video footage?
I thought I've seen it all.
Okay.
And didn't know where to go from there, which shows you why then I was in Pontiac, because something had to be done. So the time frame was 29th is when Judge Hallmark granted that situation for Southfield Police to then step in.
So that kind of spurred it on, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Was it only this video, or I guess my bigger question is, you're living in Detroit, he's living in Southfield, you found out, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you testified, you contacted Southfield Police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you testified that you went to an Oakland County judge.
That's correct.
Okay, why did you go to all this trouble to get all of these things accomplished? Why did you do that?
I didn't feel like I was getting the help needed from the 8th precinct. I didn't feel that there were so many moving pieces, and I felt like the only way I can get something really, really done is for me to do it.
Okay, and what kind of help were you looking for?
I was looking for the harassment to stop immediately against myself and family in other states. His family, his immediate family. I'm now the advocate for everyone at this point.
Okay.
I needed it to stop immediately.
Okay, and that's why you did all of this. Thank you, I have no further questions.
So you moved from Louisiana to Michigan, is that right?
That is correct.
And is that to get away from the defendant?
That is correct.
The defendant lived in Louisiana?
Yes.
You came to Michigan?
Can you repeat that?
You came to Michigan?
Yes.
In June of 2022, a PPO, personal protection order, was granted against the defendant, is that right?
That is correct.
Correct, Your Honor, that would be May, according to the document.
It was May?
I was actually speaking to another, you didn't specify who, there was a PPO issued in June as well. So I just answered the question.
Yes, this defendant?
Correct.
So you had one in May and June?
Myself was May, June was my father.
I see. So you had, all right, now, there was a couple of videos that were shown of the defendant down on the porch of their father's house, is that right?
Yes.
A couple of pictures, I should say. And you said you can't tell us from memory the date that you had it recorded. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Tell us the date. Refer to your notes, whatever you have that to refresh your recollection as to the date that he appeared on the property report.
October 2022 was the photograph with Michael with the backpack on.
October what?
22nd.
October 22nd. That's when you had the yellow on.
I believe he had on maybe, the backpack is what I took of notes from that footage, and I can't recall the shorts.
All right, so what about the other time? The date time?
As I looked at my notes, I don't see the yellow shorts specifically, so
So you don't know the other date?
to be quite accurate, no, for the yellow shorts
Is that
picture.
before or after the one with the backpack?
What I recall, the yellow shorts would have happened before the backpack incident, but
Questions based on my
Just one brief thing. Could you testify that, that Mr. Mattis came on the porch or somewhere around the house between 6 and 10 times between May and August?
that's correct. Absolutely.
So you remember all of those times? And do you remember all of the dates specifically?
Enough that, well, no, I cannot speak to them, with exact date and time, no.
Okay, but you remember that he came multiple?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
You indicated, based on counsel's questions, that you can't remember the dates and times that he came. It was so many. And so you also can't remember whether or not that was before personal protection, correct?
All of these were after May.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people will move to bind over as charged and reserved.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. There seems to be multiple flaws in the witness's testimony. And the primary one is that she cannot establish the dates and times for these contacts to, I believe, a probable cause standard. She's saying it's before May, but she's not really sure. She's saying he's contacted her, but
She said before October.
she did say before October. However, she says she can't substantiate the phone calls because she doesn't have record of that. She said that the emails and the phone
Let's
calls.
focus on what she did provide.
Please.
That being the videos or pictures of the defendant on the porch of the father's home. She said one was in October and one happened prior to that, after the personal protection.
So the question becomes whether or not she's giving accurate representation of those dates. And that is because she's indicated that she's indicated several blocks of time where she wasn't sure what was going on. And she's confirming this date and time without proof of that other than her notes.
So why wouldn't that be a question of fact to be determined by a trial?
It could be, Your Honor.
That's all I'm here to determine.
I understand. Thank you.
The court after hearing the testimony.
Your Honor, before the court makes its ruling, can I please make a specific request? I understand that discovery is ongoing, but on behalf of the defense, we would like those emails and other documents that the witness testified to have.
Discovery is ongoing.
Yes.
Court after hearing the testimony of Brittany Mattis is satisfied people admit their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charge containing the defendant. Court finds that charge was committed in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 27th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be proceeded.
Thank you. Thank you, and Your Honor, I'm gonna give to my client discovery, no staples.
Right, this way, Mr. Mattis.
So trying to have you bet down to 2 minutes.
Mr. O, come on up, sir. Marcellus Jones.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Calling case 2358225, people of the state of Michigan versus Marcellus Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault, attempted to grave bodily harm, arrest, or murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has a petition for the court of physical experiences for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Morning, Judge Glenn with NDS PA3424, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jones, who's present in the courtroom. Mr. Jones, will you please state your name?
Marcellus Demetrius Jones.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
The complainant is not present. And I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Just defense moves to dismiss without prejudice.
So ordered, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That concludes our docket for today. That concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you Monday, same bad station, same bad time. Go green, go white.
Oh, blue.
Kid, you got an ugly stain on your shirt.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a little early for Halloween, ain't it? Yes. Tell Omni Smith we dismissed that earlier. That was the first case.
Did you need them, Leon?
What's that? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, Teddy.
I'm leaving.
Oh, don't go, Kitty. I was just getting warmed up.
No, I'm leaving.
Yes.
There was a dismissal earlier this morning. There was another schedule.
That was from another day. So, Omni Smith was Miss Cross.
Right.
That was dismissed.
Right, I have that.
What other Smith do you have?
I have Smith by Junkley and Smith by Brown.
Omni Smith.
I have Elmatt Smith for examination.
That's the one that was dismissed.
So who's the Smith and Omni Smith?
Omni Smith was the young lady who came on with Mr. Brown.
Right, okay.
That was set for October 27th at 9:00.
All right, thanks.
All right.
I bet your boys get big.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? All right, take care.
See you later.
Hello there, how's everyone? Well, thank you very much, and I love you too. So, welcome to 36th District Court. I am Judge Kenneth. I'm one of the old guys now. I've been around here for 17 years. I have been practicing law since 1996. I went to Michigan State, surprise, surprise, and I went to the University of Detroit Mercy School of Law. After law school, I went to private practice for a moment until I joined the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. I spent 7 years in the prosecutor's office, 4 of those years in the homicide unit. I was also in the appeals unit, the trials division, and forfeiture unit. So I sort of made my rounds. After that, I went to the county exec's offices as an executive administrator in the juvenile detention facility. I spent 2 years there until I was appointed by Judge Governor Jennifer Granholm in 2006. So I'm the former chief judge. I'm currently the presiding judge of the criminal division here in 36th District Court. I have a specialized docket where the only cases I do are homicide cases, sexual assault cases, child abuse, domestic violence, and elder abuse. I'm the only judge here that does those cases. And that was primarily because of COVID. Our dockets were sort of way behind, so they gave me the cases that took the longest to do, supposedly. And I've had that ever since we've been opened back up. So tell me a little bit about you guys. Ms. Gonzalez, are you in law school? Oh, okay. Is that through Wayne County Community College?
Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Ms. Clark? You're on mute. There you go. Okay, outstanding. I also teach at the Wayne State Law School as well as Wayne State undergrad. And I'll be teaching at U of D's Law School in January. So you guys are looking to be paralegals?
I'm currently working as a paralegal.
Are you looking to go to law school?
Older.
So, well, let me tell you this. I had, in my law school class, I had a number of people that were on their second careers. Everybody who goes to law school doesn't necessarily want to go to law school or be a lawyer. Some use the law degree to advance them in their respective careers. So I had a lot of police officers in my class that were looking to use the law degree to advance them in the department. So to me, it's almost like, and I don't want to put the medical field down, but if you're going to go to school for all that time, why stop at just being a paralegal? Go ahead and be a lawyer, like I tell some nurses sometimes too, especially the registered nurses. if you're gonna put that much time, investment, and money into doing it, just take the next step, and do the doctor thing. Like everything else, people who make the most money actually do the less work. People who do all the grunt work don't get paid for what they do, if you ask me. Like my clerk here, she works her behind. I'm on the bench, and when I'm finished, but she's still working. And I have to be cognizant that every moment in time that I'm on the bench, I'm creating more work for them. Every time I open this mouth. But 36 District Court is one of the most interesting places I've ever come across. And the interesting thing is I never wanted to be in 36 District Court. I always wanted to be a circuit court judge, but God knows better. And he put me in the best place. 36 District Court is, all intended purposes, it is the people's court. We handle everything from lawsuits up to $25,000. Traffic and ordinance is by far our busiest docket. Landlord, tenant, small claims, and then the criminal docket, which is what I do, along with 3 other judges. We are the busiest court in the state of Michigan. At the time I was chief judge, we had 8,000 people who came through our doors a day. That's a lot of people that we managed, and we did so virtually without any technology. So we move a lot of paper around this place. Things have gotten a little bit better since then, but not much. But we have a very skilled and specialized staff who do an excellent job in managing the amount of volume that we do. In fact, if you combine every other court in the state, they don't do the work that we do. You guys have any questions about anything? So I would urge you, if you have an opportunity, because everything that we do is virtual, that you can go on YouTube and watch everything that I do. And the interesting thing about my particular docket is because everything is on video now. So many of the homicides that I have are on video. That's how the police are solving these things these days, right? By way of video. And so my sexual assault cases, except for the ones that are on children, I don't display the children's faces. But it's better to TV so much so that my mother stopped watching soap operas every day. She watches me and she takes her soap operas and watches the soap operas. I have a group of people from all over the world. I don't say just the country, but all over the world. I have some people from the UK, Australia. Someone gets up at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning just to watch what we're doing here in Detroit. I have people from Puerto Rico, Mexico, that tune in and see what we're doing. And they got so enthralled, they watch us every day. And they created a Facebook group called King's Court. And I communicate with them. One year for my birthday, they sent me gifts, they sent me balloons. A woman from South Carolina.
You got a watch?
Oh yeah, I got a watch, some cufflinks. A woman from South Carolina sent me a cake. It's very, very interesting. But they love what we do. It really is better than TV. Okay, so every case has to start with an arrest. That kind of goes back to my first job as a prosecuting attorney. So police get a jacket, if you will, workup of the case, and they submit a warrant to the police, a warrant request to the police. The police review that warrant request, and they decide what charges, if any, are going to be filed against any particular defendant. And then they send it back over to 36 District Court. Judges sign off on it, and then the next thing you know, they're getting arraigned on the warrant, which means they're told what they're being charged with. From the arraignment on the warrant, it then comes to me if it's a murder or sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, or domestic violence that involves a felony. Then it'll come to me for a probable cause conference, typically within 1 week. And at the probable cause conference, I set the date for preliminary examination. The preliminary examination is a hearing that we have to determine if we have the right defendant and the right charges. And then we have what looks like a mini trial, where we have witnesses come forth and testify as to what allegedly took place. If I'm satisfied, at this stage of the proceedings, it's not proof beyond reasonable doubt, it's by a probable cause standard. I'm satisfied that people have met their version of probable cause, then I bind it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. That's where the trials take place. It's over there, they get arraigned on the information. So now they're formally charged with whatever it is that they're charged with. And then their attorneys and the defendants may entertain plea negotiations that may be available to them at that time or scheduled for trial. A trial now is taking close to 2 years. Cases taking close to 2 years to get to trial because they have such a backlog over there. Because they don't just get 36 district court cases, they get cases from all over Wayne County. Any questions? Yes. Third Circuit Court does. Third Circuit Court gets cases from all over Wayne County because they are the circuit. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, because they couldn't do jury trials, so they got really backlogged. So now they're trying to get those trials because they're so far back that it's taking cases it was taking 3 years to get the trial, now it's down to 2. Because they're not getting cases just from Detroit, their busiest district court, they're getting them all over Wayne County, Lincoln Park, Allen Park, Ecorse, River Rouge, Livonia, Dearborn, Grosse Pointe, every community in Wayne County. They do what we do, but on a much smaller level. There's so many. There's so many, I don't know where to start. So there are a few that stick out though. One of which was a young lady. She was actually with some friends. And she got out of the car and she discovered that she left. She drove off. Friend called her back. I believe it was 3 guys and a girl. They called her back and said, "We left our cell phone in the car, come back." So she came back. When she came back, they snatched her out of the car. They tied her up to a chair. They beat her unmercifully. I believe they raped her with a pole. They put her in the car, shot her, set her on fire. And she didn't die. And she didn't die. They did all of these things to her. Everything that you can imagine that could be done to her was done to her. And she lived in Telephone. That was probably one of the more brutal cases I've had. I've had that. I've had a woman who put her kids in the freezer.
Michelle Blair.
Michelle Blair.
I was an officer.
Just recently, I had the guy who I believe may have sexually molested his cousin, and they never found the body. So, but he's charged with homicide. So, how do you charge someone with homicide if you don't have a dead body? So the prosecution proffered a witness who had a cadaver dog. Cadaver dog hit on the trunk of the vehicle. The cadaver dog is only going to hit on a dead body. So we know that a dead body was in that trunk at some period of time. He had lied up until that time about even coming in contact with the young lady until he was confronted with video showing the young lady going in his house after he picked her up. Then he made up some crazy story about a cat scratching his neck. And I believe it wasn't the cat, it was her fighting him off. But they never found the body. And he doesn't want that body to be found because once that body is found, it's going to tell the story as to what really happened to her. His story was that they were smoking weed and he came back and she died. She was dead. Her head was linked over. Some crazy stuff like that. Had a case where a nurse was getting off of work and she was abducted by a guy that was wearing a blonde wig. That was kind of creepy. But he had a blonde wig and he snatched her up in the car and took her to another location and he killed her. Some of the more egregious cases that I've had was when I was a prosecuting attorney. I had a case where this guy, this is a little bit of a long story, but it's interesting. He was from Benton Harbor and he had gone on a trip, a camping trip with some friends. And it was two guys, one was out on parole in a second-degree murder. It was a neighbor from down the street, and it was a young lady and her 11-year-old daughter and a young lady's husband. Coming back from the trip, the 11-year-old girl was wrapped in a blanket of some sort. She woke up and she looked at my guy from Benton Harbor, and he said, "What?" He was looking at her, and she's like, she got a real bad feeling from it. And so when she got back to her grandmother's house, her brother came up to her. It's like, "You've been acting funny ever since we got back. What's wrong with you?" And she said, "I think Kenny Ward touched me." That was his name, Kenny Ward. "I think he touched me." What we didn't know is that the mother had been molested as a child by her mother's boyfriend. So when she heard that, she snapped. So her, the father, the 11-year-old, the guy on parole for second-degree murder, and the neighbor went looking for Kenny Ward. They get to Kenny Ward, who was over at a friend's house, and they telling him to bring your punk ass out. He's crying with the lady, "Please don't let them get me. They're gonna hurt me, they're gonna kill me." Anyway, they get him into this camper, they start driving him around the city of Detroit. They start beating him with broomsticks and mop handles, and they throw him out in the area of Henry Ford Hospital. He checks himself into the hospital. 2 days later, he calls for somebody to pick him up because they told him, "You better get out of Detroit and get back to Benton Harbor." So a friend comes and picks him up and takes him on Ohio Street, Detroit, to pick up his belongings. Mother hears that he's back out. So her, the 11-year-old, the guy on second-degree parole for second-degree murder, and the neighbor get in the car. Father didn't go this time. They go looking for Kenny Ward, and they find him again. Mom gets out the car with a gun and tells him, "Get your punk ass out the car." So he gets out the car, gets in the car with them. They take him to an abandoned house. They beat him with broomsticks and mop handles again. They sodomize him with a broomstick. They make the little girl pee in a cup and make him drink the urine. And then when they see the bite, they beat him the beating has gone just a little bit too far. They wrap his body up into plastic bags and take him to a street in Detroit and dump his body in an alley. The mother gets out with the gun and stands over him and shoots him in the chest and says, "That's for my baby, bitch." So that case came to me as a prosecuting attorney. So I charged everybody with first-degree murder. And the mother, once they told me her story, I had just a little bit of understanding for her because she was acting out of her past experience, what happened to her. So I let her plead to second-degree murder. She received 18 to 40 years plus 2. I didn't charge the dad at all for the initial plea. The guy on second-degree murder, I didn't offer him a plea of any kind. We went to trial on him. He got first-degree murder premeditated, so he's doing the rest of his natural life in prison. The neighbor, I offered him a plea, but he didn't take it. His attorney told him he could beat it. Have wrong advice. So he's doing the rest of his natural life in prison as well. Now, what makes it even more interesting, now fast forward, I'm a judge now. So we had this horrific homicide that had taken place around Christmas. 2 kids were at their cousin's house who was a drug dealer, playing video games. They like to go over to his house because he had all the latest video games with technology and stuff. So they like being over there. It was fun over there. What they didn't know is that somebody wanted what he had. So it was 3 guys and a girl. Decided they're going to rob a drug dealer. So they knock on the door. When the drug dealer comes to the door, they kick the door open. They shoot him 9 times. He lived. They line the kids up on the floor and they're asking where are the drugs at. So they're going through the house, they're looking for the drugs and the money. On their way out of the house, the woman turns to the guys and says, "Shoot them little motherfuckers." The guys are like, "What?" She grabbed a gun from them, stood over both kids, lined them up on the floor and put jackets over their heads and shot both of them in the back of the head. Now, one of the kids had just called for his dad to come pick him up because he was ready to go home. Unfortunately, dad got there too late. By the time he got there, his son was dead. So I'm waiting on him to bring these dastardly people out from the lockup. And this girl walks in and I look at her, I'm like, I know her from somewhere. Where do I know her from? I don't forget faces, I just forget names. I know her. So I get on my cell phone and I'm leaning under the bench and I'm calling my best friend. I'm like, did we go to high school with somebody named Sonia O'Neill? He was like, no, I don't think so. And then a guy with a patch over his eye was one of the 3 guys that broke into Rodney drug dealer. He walks out and then it clicked. Remember I told you how Kenny Ward had went over to a friend's house and he was begging her not to let him out? But she was my witness in that homicide with Kenny Ward. And I was really confused because most of my witnesses, they're either closely connected to the victim and they don't mind testifying, or they're terrified of testifying because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And she was neither one. She came forth and testified with no problem. She was my killer. And the reason why she was not afraid, she was the man on the east side. She was a big drug dealer herself. All came together. I was like, wow. And the guy that had the patch over his eye, he was my crackhead witness that I had testified. I didn't leave him on the stand too long because you never know what a crackhead is going to do on second day up there. So I put him up there and got him off real fast, but I remember him with the patch over his eye. So when he walked out behind her, it clicked on me that these were the people. And I was sitting up in her living room interviewing her. Yeah. Then I had another one. I have lots of war stories, forgive me. But I had another one where this girl was dating, once again, a drug dealer. She had a kid by him. She just had a 3-month-old baby. Young kids in the neighborhood like to play basketball in his backyard. Again, he had this nice fancy house on Monarch Street in Detroit. Cameras all over the place, nice basketball and hoop in the backyard. They decided they wanted to rob him. So he wasn't home, but the girlfriend, her 14-year-old son, her 2-year-old kid, and her 3-month-old baby were there. So one of the guys climbs up the house, climbs through an open window, gets in the house, goes downstairs, and lets the other 3 in. Let the other 3 in, they get her, and they're walking her around the house with a gun to her head, asking her where are the money and where are the drugs. She says, the feds have been watching our house. We don't keep that stuff here. So they get frustrated with it. She said, well, can I get my baby? My baby's crying. So she's holding her 3-month-old baby. Her 14-year-old brother is hiding in the closet. They don't know he's there. The 2-year-old is somewhere in the house. But anyway, she's holding the baby. And the guy said, I'm gonna ask you one more time, where's the money and where's the drugs? And she said, I don't know, he doesn't keep it here. He shot the baby in the shoulder. And then he shot her in the head. She was 21 years old, shot her in the head, and then they ran out. They ran and got into this van that they came in, but the van wouldn't start. So 2 went in one direction, 2 went in another direction. So 2 of the guys are walking down the alley, and then I have this kid that's driving his mother's car through the alley trying to take a shortcut home before mom discovers that he takes the car. He sees 2 guys walking down the alley with guns in their hands. And the guys turn to him and says, bring your punk ass on, drive by. So he drives by and they open up fire on the car. They start shooting the car. So he goes home and he tells dad. Dad calls the police. The police put 2 and 2 together. That happened not too far from where this homicide happened. Oh, the 14-year-old that was in the closet after the shooting, he ran out, he ran home and he told everybody what happened. That's how I know what the discussions were in the house because he was able to hear everything that was going on. So the police get the car. They dig the bullets out of the car. They match the bullet that was found in mom's head. When the police get to the house where mom was, her 2-year-old was on top of her trying to wake his mother up. still had the baby cradled in her hands. They turn her over, they see that she's dead because she was shot in the head. The 3-month-old is still alive, just a shot in the shoulder. So we get to trial, and I called the boyfriend, the drug dealer, as a witness, and he tells me, I'm not testifying, you're not making me look bad. Now, shame on me, but I cussed him out in the hallway. I said, your baby mother is dead because of you, and your baby is shot out, and you telling me you're not gonna testify? So he testified, but all it took for me was to get that baby on the stand and to disrobe the baby and to show that gunshot wound to the baby's shoulder. The jury leaned forward, they saw the gunshot wound, they leaned back, and he was over. Almost, it's been kind of quiet lately. I gotta make another appearance. Yeah. I think after years of doing this, I may be a little bit sensitized to it. It's almost nothing that I haven't seen. And I think I get some gratification in making sure that justice is done. You know, understand also that everybody that comes before me is not guilty. I had a kid that was charged with the murder of a 2-year-old. I think the baby was 2 years old. And how did this baby die? Oh, he had an injury to the head and so forth. That's okay. So anyway, the mother had a undeveloped child. The child was extremely underweight and so forth. She was working. She left the baby with her boyfriend. Baby ends up dead. They charged the boyfriend for the death of the baby because he had blunt force trauma to the head, busted lip, bleeds on the brain, all kinds of stuff, right? So they charged him quite naturally because he was the last person that was left with the child. But as I listened to what was going on, they had the wrong person. He didn't do that, she did. And the reason I believe she did it was because, first of all, this is a prenup. And I know how mothers are with their sons, right? Because I'm an only child myself. I know how my mother is with me. We don't just leave their pregnant child at home alone. They left the baby in a swing while he took her to work. I said, why would you do that? She's like, oh, he was okay. He can get out of it. I said, even more reason why you wouldn't leave your child alone. So in listening to the medical examiner, I determined that those injuries that baby had weren't recent injuries. The bleeds on the brain and that type of thing, that had to happen before he came into custody of this young man and while he was in custody of the young lady. Long story short, after I dismissed that case, and they tried to hang him in Wayne County Jail. Yeah. After I dismissed this case, she had posted on Facebook, I think I saved the post. She had posted on Facebook that I'm having a real mother moment. I'm ready to beat the hell out of this kid.
Getting on my damn nerves.
Something like, just on and on about how she wanted to abuse the kid. And then she lied on the stand about the last time that she had taken the baby to the doctor. I'm one of those judges. I will call to verify your story. She said that she had taken him to the doctor. I called the doctor's office. She said she went to, they said they hadn't seen her in over a year. So all kinds of red flags went up. But my goal is to always make sure that justice is done. Sometimes justice requires reducing counts, adding counts, or dismissing the case altogether. Any other questions? I'm sorry, did you call me weird?
No, I said, this is weird.
calling me weird. I wasn't gonna disagree with you. I might be a little weird. I don't know. Now, do you guys have Chief Judge McConaughey as your teacher? So I understand that you guys have been watching my cases all along. Is he still showing my videos from YouTube?
In one of my classes, we did watch report, and this is the system method.
Okay, all right. I understand that's what he's been doing. Okay. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays are my homicide days. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are my sexual assault, domestic violence, and child abuse, elder abuse cases. Okay.
Yeah, I know that it happens, but it's just mind-boggling to me that there's so much violence in my life that doesn't exist. Like, you want people.
I can relate to what you're talking about. I didn't know any of this stuff was going on in the city of Detroit until I joined the prosecutor's office. Once I joined the prosecutor's office and I saw that, I came home every day hugging my kids, like, oh my God, it's scary out here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a 14-year-old, I'm afraid to let him leave my side.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. Any other questions? Okay. Well, we have some interesting things that are coming up. I watch the news quite often. I think one homicide that will be coming my way real soon is these two ladies that get into a fight at a baby shower, and one lady, and they're actually friends, and one kills the other, and she leaves, and then her brother, the deceased brother, tracks her down and runs her over. So I don't know if I'm police station. Oh, yeah. So that one will be coming my way if she dies. If she doesn't die, I won't get it. But I'll get her. If she doesn't die, I'll get her for killing her friend.
I think I heard about that.
And I think something else is coming my way. I can't remember what it is.
Boy, they killed his mother.
Boy, they killed his mother?
Yeah.
Is that in Detroit?
I think that's in Detroit.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Shot her in the back of the head.
In Detroit?
They got into an argument in a physical fight.
Now, sometimes though, I'll get these cases and we don't hear them right away because they get referred for a competency evaluation. And that takes about 90 days to come back if the person's competent. In fact, I have a friend who was an attorney who just recently died this year. His daughter was charged with the murder of her mother. She allegedly stabbed her mother 40-something times and cut her fingers off and flushed them down the toilet. So we're waiting on her competency evaluation to come back.
Do you find in a lot of those cases, it is some sort of like mental illness that goes through? People
couldn't possibly be dealing with a full day in some of the stuff that they're doing, especially this horrific stuff. But that's not my purpose or function. I have to determine if you're understanding the proceedings that are surrounding you right now, if you're able to appreciate what's going on and to assist your attorney in your defense. If they want to pursue some kind of insanity defense down the line, then that'll take place over the trial. Any other questions? Yeah, I don't disagree. How do you cut your mother's fingers off and flush them down the toilet after stabbing her multiple times? Crazy stuff.
I think it beats it the service means you get more than one person to engage in crime. Like if someone is doing something out of their way, you the person like, okay, I'm not, like, you know, I don't see how people just go along with It just doesn't make sense to me.
I think sometimes it may depend on the amount of involvement too. And if you're afraid and you're going along because you just seen what he did and see what he's capable of.
Yeah.
You know, I just seen him just kill this guy for no reason. I think I'm gonna oppose him, do the road until I can get away.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it. Yeah, that is.
Absolutely. My wife is a teacher, and so she gets them early on. And we have seen an increase in emotionally impaired children and special education children for whatever reason. I attribute much of it probably drug use. It's marijuana smoking. I don't know what they're lacing that stuff with, but it's causing severe trauma to these kids when they're born. And they can't sit still, they don't have any attention span. She tells me about kids that are barking in class, rolling on the floor, licking the floor, that type of, I didn't have that kind of stuff when I was coming to school. We had a special ed class, but it was maybe about 5 or 6 people in there, and that was it. She has a whole school of special ed kids. Now, how is that possible that all of a sudden we have this onslaught of these kids with these kinds of issues? Something is going on in what we're eating or what we're ingesting into our bodies, and it's having a direct effect on the kids that are being born. Wow. Sorry for your loss.
When you first started,
I can only point to one case that really affected me, and that's because the kid that was killed looked a lot like my son, who was around the same age at the time. When I was in the prosecutor's office, I didn't like the child and family abuse because I thought I would probably want to fight some of the defendants. This was this case. This mother had a 8-year-old kid, and for whatever reason, she didn't want him anymore. So she took him to the father's house and was like, I don't want him, you take him. She kicked the kid out. Father didn't know anything about raising the kid. So the kid had eventually run in the street. And so the father caused himself going to discipline him and started beating him with a belt. The problem is the belt had a belt buckle that was made of coins. And he was hitting the kid in the head with the belt buckle. And he was hitting him so hard that it left him dentures in his skull. You can see the coin shapes in his skull, and he's hitting him so hard. So this kid was in complete misery, and he lied on the couch for 3 days before he died. So, and I saw the autopsy pictures of the kid, and he reminded me so much of my own son that one kind of messed with me. That case, and there was another case where, excuse me, 1 second. So the other case I had was this guy, he did carpentry work. And he had did some work on this guy's kitchen who had not paid him. So he kept coming by because the guy kept saying, come get your money, come get your money. He would get there, he would never have the money. So he came there with 2 friends who didn't have the money. So they left and they went to Home Depot. When they went to Home Depot, they got a call from the guy who was like, hey, were you just at my house? He's like, yeah, man, we walked around the house, we knocked on the windows, nobody asked. We saw your car in the driveway. He was like, well, I'm here, come back. So they came back, and when they walked up the porch, the guy opened the door and he was holding a rifle. Leveled the rifle up, he shot the guy. 2 friends took off running. He shot one of them in the back and one of them in the butt. Both of them survived, but the guy who was doing the carpentry work had just died. Now, the thing that touched me about him is that his wife had just had a baby. They had like 6 kids. She just had a baby, and the baby was sick the night before. So he sat up all night with this baby, and that morning he was like, "Okay, I love you, but Daddy gotta go. I gotta go make you some money. I'll be right back." And that was the last time that he saw his child. He had died. So I took that case to trial, got the guy convicted of first-degree murder, and then the mother, with this, the now left with these 6 kids, she went and got me a gift certificate to Sweet Georgia Browns. That was a restaurant down here in downtown Detroit at one time. She bought me some cologne. She brought me just a whole bunch of stuff, and I said, "Man, I'm sorry, I can't take any of this." And she refused to take it. Her and her family, about 30 of them showed up. They took me on the porch of Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. They took pictures with me. And then, so I took it to my supervisor. I said, "You know, my victim's family brought me all this stuff. What am I going to do with it?" My supervisor looked at me, he said, "No, no, 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 no," and turned around and did that. So I was like, okay, well. But that kind of hurt me though, because this was a guy who hadn't done anything wrong. He was just working, and he was trying to get the money that was due to him. And this guy took his life for no reason. Any other questions? So, in answer to your question, does this stuff affect me? So there were 2 cases that I could point to that had an effect on me. That one and the kid that died with the belt buckle injury. Everything else, I think I've probably grown sensitized to it, and I really love my job. I like doing it. I'm sorry to hear. Oh, yeah. That, I get the biggest kick out of that, especially the lady from Australia that gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning just to watch. So I have people from California, Mississippi, Massachusetts, North Carolina, New York, Las Vegas, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Ohio, of course, Michigan, Massachusetts, Florida, Georgia. Did I say Tennessee and Kentucky. Arizona. I think I have somebody from Washington, I don't remember. I think just about someone from everywhere but South Carolina, South Dakota, and North Dakota. Any other questions? So my docket is actually done for today. I just finished up. Today was not a usual day for me. I usually schedule busier on my Monday, Wednesday, and Friday cases because those are my domestic violence cases, and those cases don't go because the victims of those cases never want to prosecute, not unless it's real bad or they have some other dog in the fight, like we're going through a divorce and I'm really trying to get at it type thing. The men that are victims, they never show up unless they were really, really hurt bad. Like I had a guy that was shot in the neck. No, he was stabbed and his guts was hanging out and that type of thing. So he came to testify. But anything short of that, they don't want to testify. If they don't show up, the case normally gets dismissed. So I schedule a lot of domestic violence cases in a day. And my homicides I only schedule 3 in a day because they tend to be a lot more involved and have a lot more witnesses. So I only schedule one at 10, 11:30, and 1:30. And that can take me the whole day. From 8:30 till 9 o'clock, 9:30, or 10 o'clock, I'm doing probable cause conference where I'm setting dates for other cases. When these cases will be heard. Anything else? My pleasure. It's a pleasure meeting you, ladies. Hope to see you guys around. You too. All right, take care now. Thank you, Ms. Banks. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend. Go green, go white. All right, now I gotta take my look.
TV show. And one more.
From your lips to God's ears, I accept.
Yeah, then I'm all set.
I signed it already.
Oh, thank you.
Now I gotta go take my mother-in-law chemo.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
She's a fighter.
Oh, yeah.
That generation there, we have some punks now. That generation there, I don't mess with them, they
Come
something
on,
else.
yeah. I believe everything about that too.
She's been dealing with it for a while now, but she's doing good. Love her to death. Love her to death. Okay.
Nice working with you, Judge.
Pleasure working with you, so I'm gonna see you next week.
I don't know, I need somebody back.
All right, well, thank you so much, I appreciate you. And you know what, I don't know what your status is, but I'm ready for you to talk about
I would like to work full time, but it's good to, women, I would be for you.
Y'all get a cupcake?
I did not.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you didn't, Judge? Oh, no.
I did not. I appreciate you.
Take that hat off.
It's like hitting the lottery.
You know?
He agreed.
Uh-huh, yeah, yeah.
Look, I just hope it ain't embarrassing bad. Probably will.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. You guys done for today?
Yeah.
You say you got one?
I
here?
sure did, I got
You want
about
another
3.
one?
Girl, I'm girl, you know, girl. I'm trying to get a little piece of you.
I'm all shoot.
Can't eat it. Yes.
All right.
You too, Judge. Okay. Go green.
No, no blue.
Oh, go blue, go blue.
Maybe I should go through the back. Let's see if I can get some to the civil.
That's right, give them away, yeah. I'd love to work for you. It's awesome to see, but I'm 73 years old. I'm, you know, working full time. Yeah. Yeah, and at my age, I've been retired. Okay. For real? You might discover that I like it. Yeah, it's very interesting. It is. Let me tell you, I don't know been in there a few days, just that training here, this from this other part, you know, she's always taking out your face for every year. He's awesome. Yeah. I really. Yeah. I don't want to get hired in. I see, I don't know how to do it. I know, when you get hired in 2 weeks, and they put you somewhere else. Yeah. 2 weeks. They do. I would have went just. Yeah. 2 weeks. Right. Yeah, she did say she did. Yeah, I know, she's best. Oh, yeah, yes, she is. Yes, she is. And you know Deborah Finch? Yeah. Yeah, she's a good friend. Oh, yeah, I know that. You know Kathy Pearson? She's pretty. Oh, is she? I know her too. Yeah, and no, that's my bud. She's my buddy. I've known Deborah for long years. Oh, yes, Deborah. Oh, yeah. And Michelle. Yeah, Michelle, I know Michelle too. Yeah. Michelle, that's a girl too. Michelle, she used to work at KNAC. Yes, she. Sure, well, she's now working for traction.
my age, I could work for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I would, I would do the, you know.
Because they move you 2 weeks. 2 weeks, they put you 1 week, 1 week off, 1 week on. They didn't work for 4 weeks because.
Exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So. I
What you saying?
He's awesome. He is.
He is, yes, he is.
Very personal, very, takes his cases very serious. Or, do you just float?
Well, I do float. I've been here for about 25 years.
Oh,
but
you do?
Yeah, I've had a few judges, but yes, I'm floating right now in every different courtroom.
Would you rather have a judge?
I most definitely would.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Most
See, I
definitely
don't
would.
like bouncing around.
I don't need, I don't like not
I
knowing
like
what I'm
to
doing
have
every day.
Yeah.
I'd rather have fun.
I know. Makes it easier, ways.
Mm-hmm.
Anything coming up? Anything available?
No. Mm-mm. Not that I
What
know.
about some of these new judges?
Yeah.
See, you've got experience.
Yeah, yeah, no, I love doing what I do too. It's just, I prefer, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To be in one place.
Yeah, I can.
I prefer to be in one place. That's good.
What about those pictures that they?
Oh, yeah, you just said some type of pictures.
Yeah.
They doing it now.
No, the pictures that they took.
What, the court?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know when they gonna put those out. Mm-hmm.
I was working for the judge, this judge, he said, come on. I said, damn. He said, no, you can get the picture. I said, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do I like
Oh, yeah.
Just mess around,
He does not. He keep it real.
Yep.
He keep it real and that's
Exactly.
what it is.
Yep. How much time do you think he's got for the bench?
Ooh, ooh. You've been here forever.
Yeah, but they have an age factor.
I know.
I know he's.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Wow, yeah.
Well, did you get any paperwork on that, stalking? Who? Did they give any paperwork on that stalking one we did?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have it?
Paperwork, you mean as in? You mean what, custody orders and stuff?
Or anything they give it, like the judge look at?
The judge who?
Anything they give the judge?
Are we talking about who again? I'm sorry.
The stalking one. Yeah.
Oh, Michael. I don't know for stuff like. Well, what, you want me to give you ROA? What you want to get?
This is.
This is the custody order.
No.
This is a warrant felony.
Yeah.
You want a copy of this?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay. Oh, you already out? You already know where to get everything you need. That's all you need?
That's it. Easier. I don't have to look the streets and all that.
There you go.
Mhm. Yeah.
What you doing? Where you going? Damn. Girl, listen, oh my God, I'm thinking right now, I should have run on out there and come with you. Come on away, come on away. Okay.
You gotta go to lunch.
Yeah, yeah. I'm about to go
Good
right
one,
now.
nice meeting you.
Thank you, and nice meeting you
You have that
also.
number, right?
You know what, I think I do.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I do have it. Okay, no, definitely. Actually, I'm just gonna. This one.
Good one.
Okay, thank you. You saying have a good weekend too.
Yeah. I gotta get done.
Huh?
I have surgery for my eye next week.
Oh, do you?
I got
Okay.
that thing, you know, what they call it, it covers your eye.
Yeah,
I had this one done Monday.
You you did?
Yeah.
Does that feel
I can
better?
see- Oh,
Good.
bye-bye, have a good one.
Okay, thank you.
Dion.
Yeah.
I was trying to come to the front, for some reason, my bag wouldn't open the door.
I know. Okay.
I locked it, I mean, it unlocked, but it wouldn't open.
Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. I got to, no cash. Okay, I'm gonna get cash. Thank you. Girl. That's right, and I got you. Yes. Yes, girl, I'm missing this, like, wait a minute. Yes. Thank you so much. Sit this with you. Thanks, Melissa.
I walked around there right on time, I heard.
Girl, that's so funny, you don't work in the front, yeah.
All right, let's see.
Oh.